Welcome back. All ready for another problem that we need to solve. The funny thing is, I didn't really even think that I was going to have a problem doing this until about 15-20 minutes ago. But hey everyone, hey Bert, hey Swans, hey Zex. Everyone looking forward to the weekend? I know I am. It's been a long week for some reason, even though it was a short week. It seems to have dragged on. But here we are. So I was going to jump back into the 2.4 today, but I figured there was some things that we needed to finish up on the Legacy before I moved on. One thing, of course, is we don't have a display. There's no display on the Legacy so far. And the reason for that is, well, the cables need to be too long, and I don't have cables that are that long. So I went and I bought a thing to make cables that are that long. It wasn't terribly expensive. Well, it wasn't expensive at all. But it's a thing to make cables. The problem I ran into oh, so your Ender Switchwires working really good. That's good to hear. They work so much better than an Ender. So I couldn't find 10 conductor. So I had to buy 16 conductor and peel off 6 conductors. I'm pretty sure it'll be fine. I can't see how that would be a problem. So this is what we're going to make our wires out of, is this. So I've been doing a little bit of printing on this, just trying to sort of get a taste of what it can. Oh great, here we go. Wow. Wow. There's only 5 people here. I think one of them must be following you guys around. Yeah, okay. So, that is insane. I've been doing some printing. Not a huge amount of printing, and not huge printing. There was a failure. What was the failure? What was the failure? I threw away a Banshee halfway through. Oh, I know why. Because it was set to print at a higher speed. So there we go. These are the prints I've done. I did the standard Banshee. Everything turned out pretty nice. You know, good solid lettering on the bottom. No ridge. You know, you can't read that. Can you read that? No, you can't read that. So, you know, it's your standard Banshee. It's not as smooth as I'm used to. But it doesn't have any sag on the front, you know. Everything measures out properly. So yeah, I printed that. Then I did a shark. I did this at 200%. So there's definitely some ringing. And I can't get his mouth open. Really, I haven't tried because I'm afraid I'm just going to break it. yeah, I can't get his mouth open. But everything else moves, everything else is fine. So that was done at 0.2 at 200% speed. The Voron tube is a real hindrance to good, solid prints on this thing. Hey, Squirrel Brain! So that was some of the smaller prints. Everybody saw this. This was the first Cali. No, actually, no, this wasn't. This was, okay, so this was the first reprint after I got everything set up on the Z, and the Z height was all working. That's what I printed. It turned out fine. I did print a calibration cube just to make sure that everything lined up. I went and grabbed this. This is from the same guy that does or the same person who does the dragons. I thought it was kind of cool for Halloween. Again, it worked. Everything worked just perfectly. You know, this printed across the entire bed, so I'm pretty sure at this point, looking at the bottom of this, you know, you look at it and you see that it's got a uniform first layer across the whole thing. So there's no squish on one side and good on the other. So that looks good. I'm really happy with the way that worked. You know, it was printed at 0.2, so there, of course, are layer lines, as there are with anything that has this, oh, you missed the sex bots. They showed up. Sorry. So that turned out really good, and I'm really happy with that. And then I printed some of these. This is the normal print. It's got, I don't know. It's like it's smoother on one side than the other, which is kind of weird. But then I printed the big one, and it's perfectly fine. You know, there is a seam up the back. Oh yeah, and this uses 20% infill. So this is pretty heavy. You can feel the weight to this. This uses lightning infill, and it's like a drum. You know, there's some lightning infill across here and across here, but then it's sort of built up, and there's a little more at the top. But this thing is basically like vase mode, or vase mode, depending on, you know, whatever. And yeah, so yeah, that turned out pretty good. I really wish there was something we could do about the stuff like that. I know it's on the back and nobody's ever going to see it, but yeah, printed it a little bigger. Layer lines don't stand out as much, so I'm quite happy with that. You know, there, like I said, there were the failed prints that we had. I did get a 10-minute benchy out of it, or maybe I should go with a 10-minute pile of plastic that looked benchy-ish. Well, you could definitely tell it was a benchy, but the problem with it was basically all of it was just pieces. You know, it wasn't a solid print. But this thing can print damn fast if I need it to. But the Voron tube is a real problem. It doesn't do what I'm used to. With direct drive, you don't get. I wouldn't have got that with that benchy. With a direct drive, that 10-minute benchy would have been like solid. Just Well, just as solid as this 13-minute bed she was. But you could tell it was because of the Bowden. Really, it was almost the same as this, but there was a lot less plastic involved. But it was fun pushing it to its limits. That's not the point, of course. I want to get this to print as good as possible. So right now, if we look up, we can see it's printing. Here, I know what to do. I know. So what I'm printing, of course, is the pressure advance test. So I think I'm done. I think I see it right about there where it sort of changes. I think it should be going faster though, to tell you the truth. But yeah, you can definitely see it's definitely too pointy here. Somewhere in there it gets about normal, and then it's gonna start reaching the point where it's gonna start to make not so solid corners. But I don't think this is our big thing today. I think the bigger thing is somehow, and I don't know how, I've got to do input shaper on this. And I really don't know how that's possible. I'm just trying to figure it out right now. So, what do I have? What do I have? What are my tools? I have my input shaper device. I have this. Let me pull out for a bit and get this out of the way. I have this. Nice. So with this, basically, I just attach it to the bottom. And then I plug this into the Pi. And now you probably know my problem. I believe there's no way to plug this into the Pi because we're using UART. That is my belief. And I can't think my way around that. There's no way for me to run input shaper on this the way it is. So what are we going to do? I've thought of a couple of things that I could do here. No, I've only thought of one thing I can possibly do. Okay, I haven't thought of a couple of things. I've thought of one thing that we can do. I have on me, with me right now, a Raspberry Pi 4 computer. So the idea would be for me to what would the idea be? The idea would be to install the clipper on here. No, mainsail. Let's get that right. To put mainsail on here, reflash. Okay. and move over the config from here onto here, and reflash the board with USB clipper, and then run through the process, collect the data, and then go back to the other board, reconnect everything back up, reflash it. Does that sound right? I can't think of any other way to do it. We can't hook up UART because and we can't use USB because there's no USB on that thing. Or, wait a minute. I do have two options. I have in my hands a USB so this is my USB tester, not USB tester. This is my USB accelerometer thingy. It's a Pico in there. And the wire, would just have to plug in USB. Now, that would only mean that we could switch to this, the Pi, using UART on here, because the other Pi, of course, doesn't have USB. Let me know when I've lost everybody. Is that okay? So I think that's the way to go. This, we skip the LDO accelerometer. It's a Pi 0. I have a USB header for it. But again, that USB header relies upon connecting to the pins for UART. So again, I can't use the two together at the same time. It's a 0. Yeah, so on the Legacy, you use a Pi 0. So I think that's my solution. Sorry, I'm just looking at this. I think I can stop it. To me, it always seems like every time I do this, it's always at about the same height. Okay. Let's stop that. Actually, you know what? Let's just do that. I just sped it up. I actually think that's enough. Okay, let's pause that. Stop it. No, it's weird. I don't think I've ever seen one. Like it's not going to show up on the camera, of course. I don't know. But you can see the aberration from it going around the corner. Oh well, it's done. Now let's figure out how we're going to do that. Or maybe I should do the display first. What is it going to take to make the display? Display, the old one is up here. Oh yeah, there we go. So these are the cables that came with the display. Pretty well standard. Is that the same? Yeah, I'm gonna have to check some other ones, just to be sure. Sorry. Everything's behind the camera now. Okay, so I am a bit confused. All of the other ones go on the same side. Never mind. Doesn't matter. It's on the other side, yeah, but the plugs are flipped over too. They're both facing out. One of these is facing in, one of them is facing out. So that's wired the same. Okay, good. So what do I need to do here? Hey, Meganico. So I've got these. They're 10-pin. What are they? IDC sockets. Socket connectors. So I have these. These are different than this. These are double. They have a thing that goes down in between. These just go straight through, as far as I can tell. And I got this. So, whoops. The idea here is pretty straightforward and pretty simple. Plug a thing in there. And we'll take our, we only have 16 strand, but we can easily peel 6 wires off. And we take the red line and line it up. That's actually not straight, is it? Maybe it is. Maybe I should cut it with scissors. Okay, so this needs to go like that. That's to make the same connection as that one. What is a Voron Legacy? That is a Voron Legacy. All right. The picture's worth a million words. I don't know. It depends on where you're coming from. Hey, Rich. A Voron Legacy is a 3D printer. if that's where you're coming from, or if you know what a 3D printer is, it's one of the series of Vorons, it's an open source printer, where you can buy your own parts and print your own printer, basically. Or if you already knew that, it's the rarest of all the Vorons when it comes to what's available open source right now. And it's built with 8mm rods instead of linear rails, so it's a little bit different. Okay, so here we go. We're here, we're at the point, we got a connector on a thing. I'm gonna press it. Did I just make a IDC connector all by myself? I believe I did. So now if we wrap that around like that, it should basically match what that looks like. Now, do I have things? Are there things? There are no things. There are things. I have things. Okay, I have things that go over top of it. Wow, look at us. We're just like the pros. And there we go. There is an IDC connector made. Okay, so now we've got to basically measure ourselves a connector to go from the back of here so that's going to have to fold. Maybe I should leave some space. Then we'll fold it down. It can run along. it goes in that hole there. Now I gotta try to remember where the connectors are on that board. I think they're on the far side, so we're gonna give it some space. I think I'm gonna make them that long. That way they can probably go anywhere. I think I'm gonna make them that long. I'm like all worried now. You know what? I think I'll take the back off and we'll see. We'll make sure it fits. We won't just, I think I'll make it that long because I've screwed up way too many things doing that. So, all the prints out of the way. Screwdrivers, tools, we're gonna do this right. Oh, yeah, I gotta remember to default the speed on the fan. So a couple things have changed. Yeah, things have changed. First thing that's changed, the fan is on the outside now. I tried to put the fan on the inside, but the wires kept on getting in the way. It's not really designed for, you know, excellent wire routing. So, very limited on that front, I'm going to say. Okay, so I was completely wrong. They're not on the back, they're on the top. So it's going to come in through the bottom and it's going to need to go to the top. Okay, so that long. I got it. Okay, and then we're going to create another one. I really wish I could have found this in black. We're going to copy the one that fell on the floor. And there we go. Okay. I was going to say, don't forget to like the video, but I see there's 6 people and 6 likes. Thanks, guys. That's awesome. Yeah, this is what I need. This is what I need. So the same thing on here, right? So I just basically take that. Take this, okay, now I'm confused. Where's the other one? No. Okay, so that's like that. That means this one needs to be like this. Okay, I hope more stuff doesn't fall off there. And this goes on top of that. Well, maybe I should do it in 2 steps. Yeah, let's do it in 2 steps. So let's make sure I got this right. Once that is flipped, one's on the outside, one's on the inside. One's on the inside, one's on the outside. Okay. Like that. There we go. It's good. I like. Where could you find a kit for the Voron? Okay, so there's not, that's the legacy thing. There's not a lot of kits. There's no kit really. Depending on where you are, I would suggest different sources for kits. The premium route are LDO kits. And from LDO, you can get a Switchwire. You can get a, I think they have a V0. And then you can get a Trident or a, Trident. What am I doing? Trident and V2.4. My suggestion would probably be is to start with either a 2.4 or a Trident in a 300 millimeter print bed. Those are LDO. No Ender 3 Switchwire kit yet. Yeah. That wouldn't, you know what? That's not really a bad idea. If you think about it, you're talking what? A setup, so I'm sure somebody's done it. You need what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 linear rails, 300 millimeter linear rails. Some Gates belts, the pulleys, the bearings. I don't know why it took, oh, the bed. Oh no, you don't need the bed. What am I talking about? That was this that needed the bed. So that's another thing that what Swans is saying there, Rich. People take their Ender 3s and make them into the Switchwires, like what this is here. These are in cabinets because they're made for printing ABS, not PLA. But yeah, I would search for an LDO kit before anything else. If not, then just head to AliExpress. This is the only LDO kit that I have. This is a FormBot kit. This is a FormBot kit. This is a FormBot kit. So FormBot is the other way to go. PC polycarbonate. You know what? Okay, so I have a question for you before anything else. What is your 3D printer about? Is it about building your 3D printer, or is it about production stuff? Because if you're saying you want to print in polycarbonate, I would probably lean towards going like for what is it, the Bamboo X1, or something that's more geared towards the printing thing. I do this because I love building crap. Whether it be the printer, well, yeah, okay, yeah. Since this thing, all I've done is build printers. But yeah, it depends. Voron is for somebody who wants the full experience. I want a printer that's really good to build. Okay, Meganico, have a good night. See you in the next stream. And I have been watching. I saw you've insulated your bathroom and all that. So yeah, it looks like it's going along good. Catch you later. So yeah, no problem printing a PC with this. But it's a matter of what do you want out of your printer? Do you want this build experience? Is that what you're looking for, or you want prints? If you just want prints, I would get my name on that list, $20 to get on a waiting list for a Bamboo. If you want something other than prints, the experience of building it, you know, the knowledge you gain from doing so, all that, I would go with a Trident. I would go with a Trident. Or a 2.4. Now, these machines, the difference between the 2.4 and the Trident are pretty simple. On the 2.4, the thing that prints moves. On the Trident, the print itself moves. There's really not much difference other than that. The build experience on the 2.4, yeah, if you like building, yeah, the Voron is an awesome experience. You know, it'd be stupid to say anything else, but yeah, I love building my Vorons. I have 6 of them. But I think the build, you have to want that build experience to really, really get what the Voron is about and enjoy the Voron. And you know, that's the great thing about it. If something breaks on your Voron, who do you call to fix it? Nobody. You just fix it. It's pretty straightforward. Once you've built a Voron, you're brought into this, well, this I don't know, there's a community around it, I'll say that, but there's it's something to be proud of, I guess is what I'm trying to get to. You know, I've heard some bad things said about the Discord, but I've never experienced any of that. How did I possibly do that? Oh, that's how. I didn't do it at all. I did it right. Okay, so here we go. We have 2 cables, and they are identical, and they are identical to the cables that come with yeah, they're identical. So what are we going to do? We're going to get this all set up here. We're going to plug this in. Unplug printer. So here we go. Let's get this in here. I am going to use these other ends for here. And that way the cables point downward. And I can easily fold them into each other. Like that's what I want to do, is basically fold one over the other. Something like that. then if I do that a little more, I can take some double-sided tape between the two of them from here to here. Not BHB, just, you know, 3M double-sided tape. And make them into like one thing. And then we can just run these down underneath here. I'm not going anywhere. I'll grab a couple of these things. I've got a bunch of the, you know, the wire thingies, wire guides, wire thingies. We'll call them wire thingies. And basically twist these into here. I'll need something to twist that into there. Tools. Where are you? Okay. And then I think if we just like put one in here, we should be good. There's not a lot of room. And everything will be sort of sneaked down behind here. Oh, okay, so we can't put one in there because I have all of the wires behind the other thing, behind the, again, the rubber liner that goes inside the 2020 extrusion. I don't know what that stuff's called. Okay, let's grab some zip ties. Those are LDO zip ties. We don't want those. Okay. I don't know how well this stuff works. I hope it's okay. So the first thing we want to do is make sure it's not too wide. It's way too wide. I'm going to cut this down. And then I'm just going to take this, paste it across here. Then I'm going to take the other one and stick it to it. There we go. Now we have one wire. Awesome. I wish I would have thought of that for the switch wire. The switch wire, I have everything I have them laid on top of each other and running through the guides. It works. But there's, you know, you definitely see that they're not, like, yeah. Oh, it's really too bad I can't. You know what? You know what? Who says I can't? Okay, so I'm pulling the other thing out of the other wire. I don't know if you can see that. I'm pulling the other wire out for the stepper. I should not be using these for this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to place the stepper wire behind these wires, and we won't use the black licorice. I'm not kidding. Like, that's insane. It's not in my brain. It's not psychosomatic. This actually smells like black licorice. Okay, maybe back further because we need to route everything in there. Couple more zip ties. These 2020 wire guide things, I love these things. They are awesome. Keeps everything together nice and clean. Even when we have to work around the motor mounts, we've got to add extra wires in here. I didn't realize there were so many loose ends to tie up. Okay, so let's push this all out underneath there. Whoops. Even though I've printed already on this, I can definitely say that input shaper is required. It's something that we gotta get done on this. With the difficulty of getting it done, though, I don't know. It's gonna be awkward. Okay, so that's done. Nothing sharp. Oh, yeah, I gotta remember the rails are greasy. Oh, you know what? We'll just do it like this. That way everybody gets to watch. So these go in here, because of course they do. There we go. And there we go. There's two of them. Now we need to know which one's which. Oh. Really? Okay, I can't see that one either. But I know that the new 2.4R2 has little dots to indicate which is 1 and which is 2. So let me take a picture. Oh, come on. Okay, 1 is closer to the wheel. So that's 1. What's 1 up here? Who knows? I'll go to the pinout for that. So that's an SKR V2, or SKR2, not an SKR V2. Sorry, brains on Voron. This is your brain. This is your brain on Voron. Okay, so it's the furthest away from the drivers. This is where my wire management goes to hell, where you got to run the 2 wires across the damn board. But you know what? For the number of wires that are in there, I ought to take a picture of it. Oh yeah, see, I printed this thing. It stops the wires from getting caught in the fan, because the fan's blowing out. And yeah. So I fixed that. Everything else looks good. There is still, again, like you said, loose ends to tie up. Ominous. Everything's good there. But I still have the ground line to run to the bed. So there's that. Not that I'm hugely concerned with having any issues with that, but you know, best to be, what's the word, cognizant of it? Best to, you know there's no ground. I don't think that's, now that I think about it, I don't think that's all the other ones are still, all the other printers are grounded. So I will work on it. You know what held me up, eh? I didn't have any green wire, so I couldn't run a ground. I just have to get more. Okay, so there we go. We have our display in place. It is so nice to be able to just, you know, move a printer. It makes it's such a difference between this and this. Both of these are 350s. I will never ever do that again. If I were to ever build another Voron, it would be a 300. Very rarely do I print anything that big, for one. And it's harder to print bigger things. It just is. It's harder to print a bunch of smaller things on a bigger bed, because that's like printing a big thing, but with a lot more edges around them. So what you end up with is somewhere in the bed, it's just not perfect, and it comes loose. Okay, so are we ready for this? I've been ready for this for days now. Okay, no purple smoke, or blue smoke, or green smoke, or oh, thanks for the sub, by the way, Rich. Okay, so is it running? Is everything good? L. Try. At first you don't succeed. Keep pressing the try again button. Hey, look at that. Uh-oh. MCU's not starting. Uh-oh. So, is that because of something we did? Or I did? I guess I can't really blame you guys. Oh. Well, that's weird. So, this is not a PTT display. It's the other one, PhysTech. So there might be some caveats to this. Let me grab the other one. Where display? Where display? Here display? Yeah, I guess if the bag has a knob in it, it's probably a display. So, it's not doing anything. Like, I mean, oh, there we go, MCU. It took a long time to connect. So I guess I probably don't need to do anything but find a Physec. Physec, is that the right name? Phystech, you know, the other one. Not the big tree tech. That one. I need to find the config file. So Clipper is so I'm on the Clipper, I'm on the Voron design page. For V1 only, connect EXP1 to EXP2 and EXP2 to EXP1. Move R1 and R4. I want to know what revision this is. Mini IA 128/64 panel RGB. It doesn't say. It's definitely not what's pictured, though. Okay, so I have the Mini 128/64 here. It says the MKS Mini. Why MKS? Wouldn't it just... Oh, here we go. NeoPixel. Okay, Phystech, I don't know, I can't pronounce that. Those are letters that, like, how do you pronounce Physec? Physec? That's what we'll call it, it's Physec. Sure, I don't know. So basically, I am putting this down right underneath the board pin aliases in the config file, and now we have a display, a UC 1701, and everything connected to everything. I have a beeper. There's a beeper on EXP11. On PC5, there's a beeper. And it's going to start off as white light. So we're restarting. We're restarted. MCU restarted. Yeah, it's trying to pronounce the ETC. Okay, so when I press the button, it resets. So the reset button works. MCU spontaneous restart. Okay, you know what I'm going to do? Full restart. Come on, be a good display. I don't think it's working. Weird thing is the board isn't connecting right away. It's taking a real long time. As soon as I unplug that, the board connects. Okay, don't know what's going on. Let's take a look at see if the pins, the XP11 is PC5, the XP12 is PB1. What? Oh, 1, 2 is PB0, PB1, PE9, PE10. Okay, so that's right. Always something, eh? Yeah, I don't know what's going on here. I don't understand. I'm gonna put these back to where they were. There is something going on about, oh, you gotta flip the pin on the first one. Do we want to do that? I mean, basically, it's saying, oh, do this. I'll reset it. Error. It just went directly to error. Lost communications with MCU. So that's not it. Yeah, I don't know. We've lost it again. I'm wondering if I should validate the cables. It's just error. It's sitting at error right now. So I would say the cables are working because as soon as I unplug this, no, not as soon as I unplug that. There we go. The MCU spontaneously shut down. Okay. We're not having much luck with the simple display today, are we? Everything's working now, but I don't have the display plugged in. I tried flipping the cables, yes. Like putting 1 in 2 and 2 in 1, or just flipping the cable in number 1 upside down. Okay, wait a minute. So I have flipped the first cable upside down to see if that would do it. That's what you do on a V10 board. But there's no way this is a V10 board. the funny thing is, this board doesn't have a revision number on, oh, no, it doesn't have a revision number on it at all. So the two things they're showing here is to, one, remove this and put it on here the other way, and then plug in things. Upside down on that one, and right way up on that one. As soon as I do that, the whole thing errors and crashes. Because of course I'm probably connecting the ground to PB0 and PC5 power. Yeah, it's not connecting. Oh, it connected now. Didn't even get back to do a reset and it connected. So, don't think that's the case. Come on. Oh, wish it was that easy. I think there's something else going on here that we're not seeing. Probably bad cables. Nothing happened. It's fine. It's not crashing. Again, nothing happened. It's fine. It didn't crash. Is it still working? Does the printer still do the printer thing? No. As soon as I do anything, it crashes. The MCU invalid OID type. Let's download the Clipper log and see what invalid OID type is and why it go boom. It doesn't say anything in the Clipper log. What about Moonraker? So in Moonraker, we've got unable to obtain end stop state. Response. Unable to obtain end stop state. Restart firmware. Okay. Unable to obtain and stop state. Okay, give me a minute. I'm gonna go grab another printer. It might sound stupid, but I'm gonna grab another printer. This is my ender wire. Well, my ender switch wire. And the only reason I popped this one out instead of trying to pull that one out is because that one's got a cover on the bottom. Wow, this is just awful to work on. Knew it was gonna happen. All the enders are in the same room. Okay, as soon as I plugged that in, it shut everything off again. Everything crashed. But there's a display and things move. Okay, what are we gonna do here? What are we going to do? I'm going to go into the print config. I'm just going to go back to the Clipper standard display types. And I'm going to get the MKS Mini. Actually, you know what? I'm even going to go one step less. I mean, easier. I'm just going to go to my printer. I'm going to scroll down to the bottom where my display is set up for the U. NeoPixel. Grab that. What's the difference? 1415, 63. All the SPI is commented out. It's all the same, except no SPI. Oh, sure started a lot faster. There we go. It's green. Why green? It's not, it shouldn't be green. Oh, maybe it is. Yes. It's actually not green. We'll go 0.4, 0.4, 0.4. There we go. Should be white now. There we go. So, what we are going to do here is pull this Physec one out of here. And we'll put the one from the not from the 2.4, of course, not from the 2.4, from the Ender Switchwire in here. And then I'll order a real one and remind myself that, hey, just because the other one is you know, only 1/3 again for the price for two of them. Really, all you're saving is what? I saved $4 across two of them. So I ordered these instead of the other ones. Well, what has that got me? Well, that got me two displays that I don't know how to use. Yay! Of course, it could be as simple as me just swapping both of these around. I don't know. Maybe both the pins need to be upside down. Touchscreen? No, no. Wait, if you want. Doesn't do anything though. Oh, it does. It's got fingerprints all over it already. So, is that actually what I could do here? Is that as simple as taking both of these off, putting them on the other way? Ah! Didn't restart. Didn't instantaneously restart. There's nothing on the display. Firmware restart. Lights are on and the display is on. Oh my God. I put clipper screen on my buddy's print, the printer I built for my buddy, because I thought he was used to controlling everything from the screen. So I figured, hey, well, maybe it's better for him to have a screen. Me, I don't care. I never do anything from the screen except for my initial Z adjustments. And once my Z adjustments are done, I am done. And I never ever touch the screen again. But you know what? I hate a printer that doesn't have a screen. So yeah, the instructions on the Voron page for the display basically takes things halfway. It says to flip the first plug because the silk screening's wrong. It says on the version 1 also to swap EXP1 and 2 because, well, the same reason. So this could have been 1. I screwed up the cables I made. And the plug should be on the other way. Or the plugs need to match the plugs that are on the big Trident board. Because that's all that is the big Trident board. So I was going to stream on Wednesday, but something happened. So let's restart this. Firmware restart. Hey, Zenbender. See, you know, that's the other thing. I have an app on my phone that I just connect to my printers with. I got Mobile Raker on my phone, so I just connect to Mobile Raker and I can do most of those things. I do write a lot of macros to do stuff for me. Which I know you can put on here. You know, you can have a macro to unload filament, load filament. You can change this entire menu, eh? Like, it doesn't need to be, you can put custom stuff there if you want, just from writing menu items in your configs. But, meh, I don't know. I find usually when I'm doing that stuff, it's when I've uploaded something and I want to start a print anyway. Without Clipper UI, you don't have you can't choose a print or anything like, or can I? I can't choose a print to print, can I? Oh yes, I can. Wow. Did not realize that. So that's how often I use it. Me, it's quick. Scroll down 1. Oh, but it's not there. Unless I'm printing. So there we go. We have that all set up. And the only thing we have left to do is fix the under switch wire that we took the display off. I gotta stop with the ender switch wire. That's like calling this an AliExpress, Amazon, Voron Legacy, because the only thing that Ender did to this was supply parts. So this is switchwire orange. That switchwire red. No, that's not going to go up there. Let's put this away and see, now that we have a display. Look at that thing. Isn't it beautiful? I'm going to shut this off now because we need to figure out how we're going to get all this hooked up to it. Okay, so now the mission, because we have to do it. Oh yeah, pressure advance. Where was pressure advance? I'm going to say it's at 1.2 centimeters. It's always at 1.2 centimeters. Now maybe 1.4, I don't know. So I need to install this instead of the pi that's in there. So let's shut this down. We'll bring our power around. Oh, you wouldn't believe what happened to me the other day. And I was actually thinking about it, thinking about exactly the same thing happening, just in another way. I was printing the articulating shark on this. And I had to move the table around to get to this computer. So I rolled everything out. And I was watching the cables, the power cable, because it was printing while I was rolling it along. But what I wasn't watching was that switch right there. Am I showing that? I'm not showing that. What I wasn't watching was this switch right there. And as I pulled it pulled it up against here and shut everything off. An hour into the print. Made me so happy. I was so happy that I got to do it again, that I ran it at 200% and it came out really crappy. So yeah, moving printers around while they're printing might not be the best idea. So I'm kind of confused as to how that cabling is so is as ass backwards as it is. It doesn't make sense. Why are the connectors on the Physec on that different than the one on the other one? They're literally right upside down. Does not make any sense. Okay, so we need to remove the pie. So there we go, we got the pie. We got our 5 connectors. There's nothing swapped, everything's the right way, so I'm just gonna pull those off. Plug that on there. We're gonna take this out of here. And put it on there. Now, stupid me is gonna now go, okay, was that what I did right there? Is that that? Or is that that? Like, where is pin 0? I guess there's one way to find out. Well, okay, so there's multiple ways to find out. We can look it up. Looking it up might be a good idea. What do you think? Use the internet? Look how much that has misled us so far. Pie pins. I need to know my pie pins. Okay. So if that is right, which it seems to be, this might just hook up like that. If that's the case, I would rather use this than the other one, because I can plug in the pie, I can power the pie externally, so I don't have to worry about power, and that other one's going to use more power. Input shaper for clipper. Okay. This is not. This is not the kit that I have. But it looks like they use the same pins as the as UART. So that's no good. That will not work for me at all. So what we're going to do basically this plugs in the same place we got our other stuff plugged in. Which, if it was clearer, I could probably. There's an unpublished Nevermore guide on. Oh, there's a picture of it. Aha! Yes! Awesome. Okay, so this one goes on like this. So we can run this the way it is, and I don't have to run my own, which is good. But I find the cable on it adds weight. Weight changes accelerations. Blah 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 blah. Okay, so now that we've got this, as far as I can tell, all I need to do is fire this back up. You wait there. We'll fire this back up. It'll fire up Clipper on the Pi 4. Everything's hooked up to the same places. It's fully transportable operating system, so it should just fire up and work on the Pi 4. And while that's, after we know it fires up, we can connect this to the front of the thing. Well, there's software installation to do too, so. I think I could be wrong. I was going to say I think it's alive, but it's not. So this is why it would have been really nice to have the full header on this. Try again. There we go. We're back connected to the Legacy. It is running on a Pi 4 now. So what we're gonna do is take this thing So here we go. Back up to the print head here. Wonk. Maybe I'll straighten that out for you. You take that and that out. And I actually have in the box exactly what I need. Attach this to here. Now it needs to be attached good. You know, you can't have this on here loose. Okay. So now we need to do a few things at the console. So I'm just going to quickly log in through PowerShell. SSH pi at legacy.local. This is one thing I really like about the hardware here is I can just swap pies between pi zeros, pi fours. It doesn't care. It just does what it needs to do. Okay, so we've got that. So I'm going to do a sudo apt install Python 3 thing. And okay, so Python 3 is already the newest version. NumPy is already the newest version. NumPy set to manually installed. I've got to then a NumPy install anyway. It's going to just come along and say, yeah, everything's good. Already satisfied. NumPy's good. We need to make sure SPI is enabled, so that's sudo raspi config. Going down to interface options. SPI, would you like to enable it? Yes. The SPI interface is enabled. Finish. And now what we need to do is copy in the residence tester information into the config. So that's, I'm just putting that in printer. Actually, you know what? I'm not going to. I'm going to create a new file. I'm going to call it adxl.cfg. And in adxl.cfg, I'm going to paste the clipper, host, MCU, the RPI. Basically, I'm going to just basically set it up. And we're going to do this at 117, 117, and 20 as the place where we're going to do the test. And then I'm just going to go to printer config, and I'm going to include the ADXL.CFG. And that way, if I hook it up back to here again, I won't have to mess with it. Okay, so we're doing a full restart now. Undervolted. Okay, we're gonna reboot. Now let's try restart firmware first. Okay, we're gonna reboot. It's never easy. Even with all the parts and pieces, you're always fumbling for something. I should probably get back to chat because... Oh, nobody said anything. And nobody said anything. Oh well. Why hasn't the screen gone off? Or has the screen come back already? Clippy's in startup. Error. It just says error. It's not working. Okay, so if I don't include it, does it restart anyway? Yes. Okay, so I'm gonna quickly connect back up to the Pi on PowerShell. And I'm gonna see if I can get a list of devices. See, it says serial temp. Oh, wait a minute. I'm trying to find out how I can see this. I don't understand how I can actually see the value, find the value from the console of where that is connected to. Oh, I forgot a step. Okay, we need to install the Pi MCU, or the Raspberry Pi MCU. So the Pi needs to be a controller. So in order to do that at the console, we need to go and do another compile. CD clipper. And then what, sudo copy the script, and then run the update. Then we need to make menu config. I should check to see if this is working again. Remember last time, it was only taking individual screenshots of this. Let's see if it works this time. Am I live? Hey, I'm live. It moves when I move. I move when it moves. Okay, so so now I'm here and I'm doing the menu config. Microcontroller architecture, Linux process. Save. And then we're going to stop the Clipper service, make the flash. Now we're creating an ELF file, just a little file. Attempting a host MCU restart. And then we're gonna give the user the config. We've already enabled SPI. The I2C is already enabled. Okay, so we should be good now. So now if I bring in the legacy config, this should actually work. So I'm going to go into printer. The host, everything worked. Printer. And I'm going to comment out that. And we'll save and restart. And we should get MCU, Raspberry Pi, and the host. Yay! It did it! I mean, we did it! Okay, so what do we do from here? Bed slingers? No. Where's the test? There it is. Accelerator. So we're going to test the connection. Now, sometimes we have to do this twice. Nope, don't have to do it twice on this machine. It's like, I gotcha. I mean, I gotcha. Sorry, I'm not used to having a camera there. Wow, that camera sucks, eh? Sorry. Yeah, don't worry about that camera. We have much better cameras. Okay, so now we basically just need to run through the process. And let's see what this thing does. Must home. There we go. Look at it go. Look at it go. It's going. Look at it go. Is that 12, 13, 14, 15, 16? Sounds like test drive on the Amiga. We're at 41 hertz. I don't know if you can hear it. Oh yeah, you can hear it. The things we do for good prints, eh? We're only at 95. It's going to 130. $121, 2. And it's done. And I have lost my camera. This is not an endorsement of GoPro in any way, shape, or form. I do not endorse GoPro. GoPro has never done anything good for anybody. See, it can't even remember what the camera was set to. When you unplug the HDMI and plug it back in, it forgets what was on the screen. Okay, so there we go. We've got resonances. Let's do Y. Wow. Makes a lot more noise than my 2.4 and the Trident. Just a little bit. So, you know, once it gets up there, it's at 95 hertz again, and I guess it's making a 95 hertz sound. So, yeah, that makes sense. You know, math and all. $26. Oh, it only goes up to there. It's about to change to 26 from 25, but it never did. Okay, so we can pop this off now. We've got our measurements, our readings. Of course, it wants to live there forever now. But we must tell it no. Ah! Yeah, I keep on doing that and going, what is it doing? Oh no, it's not doing anything wrong. It's just not as tight as a linear rail. Or even better, on the 2.4, 2 linear rails. Okay, so that's done. We have our numbers. It's dropped a bunch of stuff into a CSV file. Into 2 CSV files. So let's process that and see what we can make of it. Oh, there we go. There's our two resonance files. Well, how do I do things with this? I want to make pictures with them. How do I make pictures with them? Oh. Okay, so we're going to get something along this lines. And it'll give us a breakdown like this. So out of this, we're going to be able to get a acceleration and everything else, and a shaper. Like these are basically the shapers that we're going to be able to have a choice of using. Not really a choice. Copy to clipboard. What are you talking about? Come on. Okay, so while that's processing, I'm going to WinSCP into that box. So recommended is MZV at 72 hertz. So that's like, we're going to be able to run this thing at a maximum acceleration of 1700, what? Really? Wow. So basically this has made us some graphs. We've got the X, which looks like this. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Open. Thank you. This is our X. 75. Well, 77.2. Accelerations less than or equal to 17,600. That's our X. Our Y, on the other hand, is a little different. Our Y is around, I don't know, 55.4, I guess, is what it's saying. Should be where it's actually where this goes down, not where this goes up, is what we're looking at. Acceleration less than 9,000. So my accelerations on this thing are actually higher. Okay. Actually, I'm going to take this and we'll just pop this over here. We're going to go into Clipper. Oh. I don't need all these comments. I really actually don't like overly commented stuff. I need the beeper. I want my printer to beep when the prints are done. Okay, so we need to add an input shaper section, which I'm going to add right underneath printer. And we're going to change the max acceleration as well. So these are the values we need to pull from those other files. On X, we've got our type as MZV, and our frequency is 77.2. Our frequency on Y is 55.4, and it's also MVZ. Our maximum acceleration, do we really want to do this? Is this really right? So our maximum acceleration on these is on the Y, and it's 9,000. You know what? Let's just go 6,000. And this is what you use comments for. 9,000 max. Input shaper run on Y. X, on the other hand, says I can run it at 17,000. I'm not going to, though. Okay, so now that that's done, we can hashtag out the ADXL. So we don't need this in our config anymore. And if we save and restart, we should be near completion. Now, this thing. What is pressure advance at right now? 0.4? And you know what? I probably shouldn't have done this. Kind of stupid to do it. I swear it's like 1.2 centimeters everywhere, but this one actually might be lower. Yeah, let's just call it 1 centimeter and figure out what to do from there. So measuring resonances, what? Where my page go for, what is this? This is not things I want. What do I want? I want the pi, no, not the pi. just reading what's on the things, not actually going anywhere. Pressure advance. So I end up with about 10 millimeters. So you know, the problem is this. I shouldn't have run it with the one for the long Bowden extruder. Okay, let's get the calculator out here. We've got 10 millimeters times 0.02, which is our factor, which gives me 0.2. And then they tell you, then do it for every single different nozzle and every single combination of nozzle and filament that you have. And I'm like, yeah, that's not going to happen. Okay, so we're basically ready. I'm going to go in here and I'm going to change my pressure advance 0.4. Let's get this thing disassembled and reassembled. Okay, I'll just throw those on the floor. So, looking at those numbers, I find them very high. Okay, so that, back to that. I also have to default this cooling fan to come on all the time. Right now it only comes on when I tell it to come on. Oh yeah, don't screw that in without this in there first. I'll just have to completely take it apart again, because okay, you know what? Oh no, don't do that. Put the screw in the bottom one first. So I went and saw a new apartment on Wednesday. Not the one. It was actually awful. It was absolutely awful. But part of that reason was because the place was in the middle of renovations from the person who had lived there previously. And the other part of the reason was the experience. Yeah, so I went there. I'd lived there before 30 years ago. And it's not a little building. Like I was like, this is a high-rise type thing. I was looking at something on the 12th floor. But by the time I got there, the one on the 12th floor wasn't available until a month and a half later, which is kind of weird. So that changed in between. It was available when I needed it, and then it was available a month and a half after I needed it. So that was a bit disappointing. So they took me to this 3rd floor apartment. And like, I'm sorry, like I could climb out of the balcony to the ground, and I'm like, yeah, you know, whatever. You know, I had a look around and I was like, you know, it would do for a year. It would be fine. It's got lots of room. It's, you know, it's in a handy place, but the hallways look like they were from the 80s. The apartment itself sort of looked like it was from the 80s, though they were tearing everything down and putting in new floors and new carpets and new, new everything, new trim. When I walked in the bathroom, there was no gyprock left on the walls or whatever. Everything was torn down and everything was being put up new. But the kitchen was done already and there was no dishwasher. But I thought, hey, I have a dishwasher. It's on wheels. I can just roll it up there. You know, so I'm not going to worry about that. And I thought about it for a bit, and I thought, yeah, by the time everything's in, it'll probably be fully functional for a year. It's 1,100 square feet, so it's lots of room too. So yeah, I'm like, okay, I could use that. That would be good. The only bad thing about it is it's got no laundry in the apartment. It's the laundry would be, you know, a shared laundromat in the building, which I don't like at all. But again, my thought was, hey, you know what? I'll just pay somebody, you know, $100 bucks a month, $120 a month, and I'll have all my laundry done for me. Problem solved. So I go down there, I see the place, and like, obviously I'm not going to give them a check. I didn't even know how much it was. So I come home and I'm like, oh, you know, that's right. I need to find out how much I need to write a check for a damage deposit. So I call them. And you know, the whole time I'm there, I'm like, November 1st, November 1st, November 1st. Like, you know, it was brought up like 6 times while I was talking to them. And so I get home and I'm like, oh, I wonder, was that 3 or 5 that I looked at? So I went and I looked online to see what was available for November 1st. And the answer to that question was, nothing was available November 1st. Nothing at all. Everything was available December 15th. I'm like, oh, it's not what I called you for 2.5 weeks ago. So I'm like, there must be something wrong. There's got to be something wrong with the information on the website. So I pick up the phone and I call them and I say, oh, can you have the person who I talks to call me? Because obviously, you know, there's something weird going on because this, and this. And they're like, oh, okay, yeah, I'll have them call you. So I wait. That was at 11 o'clock in the morning. I wait till 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and I pick up the phone and I call them again, and the same person answers, and she goes, "Oh, they didn't call you back? Like, that was weird." And no, they didn't call me back. So I waited all day yesterday. And all I wanted was a number. Give me the amount that I have to write you a check for. At some point this should come up. I hope. Yay! So I waited, and I waited. The entire day passed, no phone call. So today, after work yesterday, I was like, okay, well, no, that's done. I'm done. I don't want anything to do with this rental agency at all. I'll just go look somewhere else. And I started to look somewhere else, and yeah, I think I found something better. And I'm kind of mad at myself for just settling immediately. But yeah, I found something much better. Again, it's a 3-bedroom, not as much room in the bedrooms, but it's the same size, 1,100 square feet. But it's got a washer and dryer. It's an open plan. So, you know, kitchen, dining room, living room is all open. It's very nice. Lots of light. So yeah, I was like, yeah, this is good. So I found a much better place to look at. So, hey, Duff. So today I'm like, okay, well, I've got to, like, it's just bugging me now. What is going on with that other place? So I picked up the phone and I called them. And the person who I talked to answered the phone. And I'm like, hello. I'm this person that, you know, blah, 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 blah. And I was awaiting your call. And I was like, I was just wondering, you know, as I mentioned multiple times through the walkthrough, that I would be looking for a place to, you know, start moving in November 1st. I don't have to move in through November 1st. I can stretch that out till April if I want. But that's not the point. I specifically said November 1st multiple times. And they didn't say anything. They didn't argue with me. They didn't say not November 1st, no, December 15th. Nothing was said at all. And yeah, so I guess from what I know now, she didn't know it wasn't available November 1st. And I guess, so whatever the case was, I called and I'm like, well, I don't think this is right. Like, it's so unprofessional for you not to call me back, just to basically ghost me. I'm like, I'm gonna call the agency themselves. Not just the staff at the building. I'm gonna call the agency. And she says, oh, do you wanna speak to my boss? And I'm like, yeah, sure, I'll speak to your boss. So they put me on speakerphone. I'm like, oh, no, this is just ridiculous. Any boss that who would do that isn't a boss. It's just two friends who work at the same place at different levels. One of them's in charge, one of them's not. It's not a boss-employee relationship. There's no boss-employee relationship there at all. So I'm like, oh, okay. So I'm like, okay, so what's the deal? Why is it that I mentioned it multiple times? Like, you got somebody looking for a home here. I mentioned multiple times when I called to get the amount for the damage deposit, nobody called me back. It seems to me as though you just ghosted me once you figured out that I wanted this for November 1st. And they're like, oh no, that's not the case, that's not the case. Blah, blah, blah didn't know when she was showing you around that it was November 1st. I'm like, yeah, but you've had 2 days to call me since then, to not call me, but to return my phone calls. So I'm like, whatever, I really don't want to get into it. I don't want to deal with it. And I don't want to deal with you people as my landlord. So goodbye. And then I started looking elsewhere. And I found multiple properties around the city. It's almost like they've built the same building multiple times out in Waverly West, out in Transcona somewhere. They've built this same multi-suite building, and I'm like, hey, yeah, it actually looks pretty good. It's all new. You know, it's not like I'd be moving into an apartment that nobody else lived in, but it is an apartment that only 1 or 2 people have ever lived in. So that's kind of cool in itself. But yeah, it looks so much like, yeah, it looks awesome. But of course, then I'd be moving this, which is right now is in a 15-foot by 9-foot room into a 11-foot by 10-foot room. So there will be a little bit of downsizing. I don't think my whole gaming rig is going to be able to go in there. But yeah, you know, that's the news. So, what shall we do? I'd print a Cali Dragon. Well, no, let's not print a Cali Dragon. Let's heat this thing up. Can you see my gaming rig? Okay. It's kind of half missing. All the stuff from the wall is down, and all the, like, it's echoey in here, eh? It's not supposed to be like that. There's padding for my workspace, but I've taken it all down because I'm moving. So there's my gaming rig, streaming. It was a streaming rig at one point. My microphone stand attaches there. But yeah, basically, that's my gaming desk. It's messy now. Okay, so let's prop this thing up on a couple boxes again. This is not a Polymaker ad, but I do use Polymaker filament. Be really happy if they'd hook me up. Okay, so we've got our input shaper applied. We switch back from the Pi to the Pi 4 to the Pi 0. I think we're ready here. I am so glad I have the version 1 of the input shaper toolkit. Because of course now I know I can avoid the connections for the UART, so I can actually do input shaper on UART connections. Okay, so what do I want here? Maybe I'll just grab a Moai statue again. Come on. Oh. It's like, yeah, I'm already open. What are you doing? Okay, so we don't want, yeah, we want Legacy. I don't know why the Moai statue is a little tiny thing and we got to print it at like 800% or bigger. How's 2000%? That looks good. Extra fast. Sure, we'll do extra fast. What's our speed at? 80. No, that's not extra fast. Let's go 300. We'll go 90 on wall speeds and 90 on outer wall speeds. Inner wall speeds, 200. Top surface speed 90. Bottom speed 90. Travel speed 500. Z-hop 10. Slice. Yeah, I guess it could have been. Scaled in inches. Yeah, I haven't been able to. This is what I use, and I know my way around it inside and out. So it's very hard to switch. It's very hard. Yeah, I bet you actually you're right on that last one. It's in meters instead of millimeters. Okay, are we ready? No, we're not. We need to. No, I'm good. I've got a 0 offset. We're ready. Oh, no, we're not. We got some dribble. We've got dribble. Let's give me some room here. Wipe the dribble off. I'm going to do a 10 millimeter retract, and then I'm going to start the print. And off we go. So accelerations here, we've got them at, what, 6,000? You'd think it was going to print, wouldn't you? But no, it's not. It's going to do a Z, an auto, home, and then it's going to do a Z level after it goes back and forth. And then it's going to do a home. And then it's going to print what we ask it to. I do want to go through and look at that. Wow. Awesome. That is insane. I got a 0.023. Yeah, I changed the tolerances. So the default tolerances for Z-tilt are insane. They're like 1/10 of a level of a filament. You don't need that. If you go to a quarter, you're going to have a much better time. Okay, so now we should be good to print, right? Are we good to print? Nope, doing another home. Okay, so bed leveling on here. I have Z-tilt leveling, so it levels automatically left to right. Everything else is screw leveling down underneath. You can see the adjustment. Okay, that's got to go down. And there we go, we're off. So I think in a couple days, no probe, no probe. Okay, so no, I don't use probes on anything. No probes. What I use is clicky. All of my printers have a little thing like this sitting on a stand at the back. In this case, it's back here. And the print head goes back, picks it up, and goes around, and there's a little micro switch on the bottom. And it uses the micro switch to do bed leveling, bed meshes. So it's called a clicky probe. and again, I don't know how involved you are in the community, but that's a very common thing on a Voron, is to get rid of the induction measurement tools and just put on a clicky. And of course, I guess the thing to remember here is this is not a normal printer. You know, you're not going to see a, I don't think your Prusa is going to go this fast. I don't think your Endor is going to go this fast. This is a Voron. I do have motors that support 2 amps of 2 amps. So that's how much current they can take. So that's the other great thing about all this. These are amperage rated. So you know what that means. It could take 2 amps at 24 volts, but it could also take 2 amps at 48 volts, which is twice as much power. So instead of being, you know, 2 amps at 48 watts of power, you can dump 96 watts of power into these motors, and they will push twice as hard, but they'll still only draw a maximum of 2 amps of current. Drivers control the current, so if we were to up the voltage on this thing to 48 volts, our motors would be able to go a lot faster as well. I don't think this is going to work, because I have a funny feeling it has saved my settings from the thing, and there's no infill on this at all. Yeah, that's what's happened. Okay, so we're gonna stop this, because that would be silly. And I'm going to change the infill density to 5% lightning. And because I don't like touching the bed, this is not the bed for this printer, by the way. I haven't treated the bed. That's one thing when I've got the bed right here. So I'm going to do a video, because that's what the bed looks like when you get it. Before I print on it, it looks like this. This is all shiny. Before I can even print on it, especially with PLA, it's got to be roughed up. So I generally take some sandpaper, like really low grit sandpaper, and I treat it with that. And then I take steel wool and just sort of make sure it's even across the whole thing, so that I know that no matter what I print to it, it sticks. Whether it be PLA, ABS, whatever. Yeah, it is a probe. Sorry, I had chat covered there for a second. It is a probe. Yeah, see, I printed Clicky NG, and I just aborted halfway through the install and just went and used Clicky. Comfort level thing, I guess. This one, no, this is Voron. This is using an M4 extruder. So that's what I'm. Here I am standing here with a camera. There we go. Oh, it might have been on there. I don't know. But yeah, there's an M4 extruder here. It's got a lot of power behind it. Yeah, it's for a non-direct drive, it's probably what I'd go with. I would actually really like to put it right on top of here. I think it would look awesome with that gear on the front, but the gear wouldn't be on the front. Yeah, the gear would be in the middle. Yeah, I think it would look cool though. Everything else is direct drive. Oh yeah, even the V0 is direct drive. And yeah, I would have sworn off Voron tube drive or Voron drive when I disassembled my Ender 5. Well, no, actually, I changed my Ender 5 to a direct drive. It was a direct drive for the longest time. And will be again. But when you have printers as capable as the 2.4 and the Legacy, I babied that Ender printer for so long. I put Stealth Burner on it. It was a good printer for what it was, and it really got me started in all this. But it doesn't compare to any of the other printers, really. Yeah, it could probably print a little bit better than the V0, but the V0 needs some TLC. So the reason the V0 is working so poorly is my fault. I need to reprint the print head. I was going to wait till Mini Stealth Burner was out. I have some problems with it getting clogged all the time, like constantly getting clogged. I don't know if it's the Dragonfly, because it's got a Dragonfly in it. Everything else has dragons, and this has the Revo. So I don't know. TPU, yeah, I've done my fair share of TPU, usually more for functional things like rubber pads for feet and things like that. And I printed most of that on an Ender 5 with an Ender 5 Pro with a Stealth Burner on it. So I also printed some of it on here, but again, it just kept getting clogged. With the Ender 5, I printed an entire tray with 22 little feet, rubber feet. 22? No, 24, sorry. Why would 22? 12 times 2 is 24. 24 little feet on the Ender, all in one go, no problems at all. Whereas the V0 kept on getting clogged. And it was the V0's fault. Okay, that print's really nice. Okay, I'm going to go make some more coffee. I'm going to leave you guys in charge of the print. I'm not going to go to the break screen, in other words, because, why when you can watch the print, right? And I'll be right back once I have some coffee. It'll only be 5 minutes. Wow, it's warm in here. Like input shifter's going to make any difference on this thing at all. It's all round curves. I wonder if I could print TPU with this. Probably not. I've never had a problem printing TPU on any of these, but I haven't, well, oh, all my 3D prints are gone. Oh, crap. So I have, what is it? Polymaker TPU. It's all in the back of that cabinet. I'm not going to go dig it out. It's quite soft. It's not the softest, but the softest is, well, much harder to print with. But I was able to print gears and one of those spinner things and everything like that in that TPU. Again, that was all on the Ender. So that's definitely one thing that's coming up, is this is actually going to get a, I wouldn't say an upgrade, I'd say a side grade, where I will take the M4 off and we will replace Afterburner with Afterburner ABBN. Which is the bad noob Afterburner. That way we get a 50-15 fan instead of 40-20. Get more air through there. A little bit better ducting. Much more, I'm going to say it, much better for PLA. Sorry, one sec. Sorry. Yeah, much better for PLA. But yeah, I'm quite happy with this. That looks a bit better. Maybe not, I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe it looks a bit the same. Again, not like we're going to be able to tell with this. What I do like though is the whole thing, like, it's going to be a lot lighter than this. Actually, do I have my, yeah, here we go. Is this, okay, I have a scale. I measured, so that I can tell how much stuff's on a roll. As long as I have an empty roll. So the big guy weighs 63. The little guy weighs 39. So that's 39 grams, and this is 63. It's weird how when you hold it, this actually feels heavier. But I guess the weight's just spread out over, yeah. Those travel moves are awesome, eh? Print slow, travel fast. Doesn't make much of a difference on something this small though. But if I had a much bigger model that I was printing, of course, you know, there's this thing in my mind now since I built this. It's like, oh great, I've got another printer that just doesn't print anything useful. I got another printer for printing garbage. I guess that's not completely true. I even looking around the room, I can see things on, like the things holding up my light rack here. Those are PLA. Yeah, that's all PLA. Yeah, wow. I don't know. Sorry, I'm in my own head right now. I do have to take a look and see what's going on with the Mercury one. Actually, that might be a good thing that we can do right now while this is printing. 0G Mercury 1.1. So, this is what we're looking at. Okay, that's what we're looking at. Oh my God. Where's the I was gonna say, where's the page for Voron? So there's Mercury 1.1. What's Hydra? Oh look, an independent switch. It's not part of the plug. Okay, Hydra is their leveling system. I don't get it. It's basically Trident. Bill of materials. Hydra kit, click here. Fabrico. Item is out of stock. Well, yeah, but here's like a list. I don't see any, oh yeah, there we go. Honey Badger rails. Okay, so how big are those rails? 100 millimeter. What? No. But yeah, I can do that. We basically just need to cut a single extrusion. And Mercury 1 sourcing guide. Ender 5. Mercury 1.1 is what we want. But it's just soon. Which I believe is just 1.1, isn't it? Just okay, so we got our right and left. Are these rear? No, these are the rear ones. So those must be right and left front joints. Actually, the more I look at that, that's left and right gantry, Y gantry joints. There's the rear joints. Oh, I was looking at this. I really didn't like this. But I could be wrong. We're gonna check it out and find out anyway. So they're leaving this in. I won't be. I will be ordering another bed from, I'll be ordering another bed from the bed place. Roseworks. I've already removed the Z motion system on mine. Okay, so we actually have to cut 5mm dowels. Same bearings, I already have them. I have 5mm dowels as well. So we don't use, oh, they're precision pin. Already got. Though I have to admit, I probably ordered some nice 2-amp ones. Peanuts. So the motion system doesn't look like much to install, does it? Sorry. I do kind of like how the motors sit at 45 degrees. But of course they're sticking out the top, so I guess they'd have to. Designed to be printed using ABS, ASA, or Titan X, whichever that is. Who cares about the difference? How to print ABS. Nero, ask Nero. How to print ABS? Oh, just ask Tyler. Or Taylor, sorry. Because, you know, you could easily come up with a 3-point, 4-point list on printing ABS in there. Nero's got too many videos for everybody to dig through for 3 or 4 ABS tips. No, it's got a ways to go. I guess we can always check. We have that ability. Oh, it's still got 25 minutes to go. So the kit doesn't look like much. I need, this is for the motion system for Z. Basic M36, M38, M310, M4, oh, that's not so basic. M416s, I'd probably have to order that. Damn power supplies. I know, maybe, well, I don't know. We'll have to figure out what that's for. 5.8s have, 5.10s have. Nuts. Wow. It requires 24 M3 nuts. Roll in T nuts. Okay, those were T nuts, not M3 nuts. Never mind. Got all those. I need a 400 millimeter 2020 extrusion. Got it. I don't know how 400 millimeter. How's it going to be 400 millimeter? It can't be 400 millimeter. It needs to be 370 millimeter. I'm pretty sure. So Ender 5 Pro, 400 millimeter MGN 12C or H. But there's the X. Oh. That's not the carriage. That is, oh, okay. Does that look like there's MGN 9 rails sticking out on both of those? All 3 of them. Yeah. So you require 3 100 millimeter MGN9Cs and 3 400 millimeter MGN 12Cs or H's. Lead screws. Like, seriously? Oh yeah, they're using lead screws. Oh, okay. I would buy motors with lead screws in them, personally. What do they got here? I have an idea. I'll just move it over here. I'll go to my account. Come on, account. And because I've already ordered them, like for something else. There we go. That's what we're looking for. Of course, they don't have 350. Will that work? Is a 350 what we need? 350. 370 would be better. But 350 will do. So that, yeah, those will cost 47 bucks a piece. Or maybe I just get 450s and cut the ends off. They're 52. There's a $5 difference in price. I don't know. Oh, what does it do that? If I click here though, okay, I can get them from what? Why? So these are special hole magnets that you can put that you can just screw in, I guess. Four millimeter hole neodymium countersunk ring magnets. That might be the hard one to get locally. Wow. Oh, that's just the heater. No, it says aluminum bed. I'm gonna bring it 55 bucks. Ender 5 Pro. 600 watt, 110 volt AC. So basically, it would be what we would be looking at is something very similar to what we've got here. You know, let's pull that frame out and take a look. Dude, don't let that get stuck to everything. Don't lose clicky. There we go. This will need to go. Coming through. Now that the air conditioner's gone, I can fit another printer in the corner. It's awesome. So this is the Ender 5 frame. So yeah, it's the same, it's 370 by 370 by 400. So hence the 400 for the thing. So this thing, I'm looking at this design of this thing and thinking, you know, that I actually thought of that while I was building the Trident, that it's almost as though the back should be joined to one single solid pivot point, and the front should be on a rail and arms. But I don't know. And then I see this thing, it has 100mm rails on each side. I think that's overkill. I really do. So, in my brain right now, it's going around and around and around like 1 billion miles an hour. I like the hardware. The hardware that goes on the top is fine. Though I do think I want to keep this open and just put the brace right in the middle, almost like this is, rather than up at the top blocking everything. But that depends on belt routing. It depends on belt routing. I almost think as though my best bet for the bottom, though, is to make my own. When you think about it, it would be very easy to just reuse some of the pieces from Trident. You get a couple rails in here and a rail up here. You can use the Trident pieces for your base and just cut the metal pieces. There's no specialty stuff there. There's I guess those bearings inside, the circular bearings, that's kind of a specialty item. But that might be something, you know, you can pick up on Amazon. Hey, Demuncha! Have I found a place to move yet? No, I have not. I found many. Just don't know where to go yet. Yeah, I went to a place this week. It was not good. It was bad. It's gone downhill since the 30 years since I lived there. It was a really, really sharp hill. It's more like it fell down the side of a mountain. That's more like it. And so did the people who work there. I don't know. So yeah, I went there to look at it. It turns out it's not even available for the dates they had promised, so. Of course, they ghosted me and wouldn't call me back to tell me that until I, you know, yeah. So, yeah, exactly. Oh well. It was dumb of me to even think of that place. I was stupid. I was settling just to, you know, get the whole thing off my back. So now I'm taking a little bit more of a better approach. I'm going to end up with a place that has washer and dryer en suite and stuff like that. So, yeah, that's what I've decided. So it's a good thing. Okay, so now that we've talked about the frame or what's going to happen to it, I think that's actually what I'm going to do. It might sound like sacrilegious, but I'm going to build the combination of the combination of a Mercury 1.1 and a Trident, in a way. No, maybe not. I don't know. I was like, or do I build a micro Trident? A mini Trident? I don't know. It is just so much, so many options when you have this frame. But yeah, that was my first 3D printer. Not much left of it anymore. This, however, is what we built recently. I think it's turned out really good. Oh, no, this printer, how I'll move this printer is like this. That's how I'll move this printer. My concern is how I move these printers. It's the rock. It's the east. It's the, what is it, Moai? But it's the Dwayne Johnson version. Johnston? That's weird. It did that on the bottom of this and printed a circle with the lines going the other way, which I'm guessing is somehow a second layer. Oh well. So yeah, the I don't know if it said Dwayne Johnson, it just sort of looks like The Rock to me. I don't know. That one was free. This one though. This one costs money. But of course it's awesome for Halloween. Should be bigger though. I'd have to print it on one of these. Ooh, I've got white in there right now. Wonder how long the Trident would take to print something like this. Well, at least they're not like, yeah, you know, you get one hand, you want another, and then you'll want a third, fourth hand. It just never ends. Okay, hand. Do I have a hand? Documents, G-code. Not really G-code. Excuse me. Yeah, I don't know if I can find the stuff to print an entire skeleton. Flexi Factory. Let's see. It pops up on the other screen. So we want the Trident 350. And do I have a Lucha skull? Does that look about right? Let me just stick my hand on the 350 and see if it looks about right. Yeah, that looks about right. Maybe a little tiny bit bigger. extra fast. Normal. Skirt count. Discard changes. Keep changes. Infill 20. Print speed 160. Yeah, what do you think you're printing on? Actually, what is this? Voron. Voron parts. Discard changes. There we go. Mexican Day of the Dead Skull. I don't know. Do I have one? No, no. I guess it's not. I don't know. Sorry, wrong camera. No. I don't have one. Okay, slice. Six hours. We'll go down to 3 walls. And four top layers and 3 bottom layers. And the infill, I'm going to change from 50% to 20. The quality though, layer height, 0.15. All right. So that's like a fine. Infill 20%. Lightning. 5 hours. Oh, I guess this printer needs to be heated up. Preheat ABS. I don't know why. Oh yeah, I know why that's there. Because that was the last thing I printed. Okay, this is still slicing. Slicing, slicing, slicing. I went to get a haircut. I didn't, as you can probably tell. No, I went on the weekend to get a haircut, and actually this past weekend. And I went in there. It was like 9 o'clock in the morning. There's nobody around. "20 years ago. I had short hair before the pandemic. Print with Octoprint. Storing data on Octoprint. Okay, so we just wait now for everything to go green. Where are we? So yeah, it was actually it was a beard shop. It was a place that did beards and hair. So yeah, I was going to get like not the full treatment, but you know, haircut. Yoink. Take off an inch, and get my beard done at 9 a.m. And I went in there. There was nobody there at all. And they're like, oh, can we get your info? Blah 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 blah. I'm like, you don't need my phone number to cut my hair. Are you ever gonna phone me? Then you don't need my phone number. I didn't say that. But like, yeah. And they're like, oh, okay, well, yeah, we got. How about 10:30? I'm like, 10:30. I'm like, no thanks. Bye. I'm like, by 10:30, I'm going to be done my grocery shopping, done going to, where I have to go, and done all the stuff I need to do, and I'm going to be at home already. So I don't know how you're going to cut my hair at 10:30. But that's like an hour and a half away. So yeah, the walk-in places that tell you to come back an hour and a half later. So I didn't go. Hence the hair. I went and bought some elastic bands. So we're almost there. Yeah, the whole phone number thing is like ridiculous. No. I only give my phone number to people I need to phone me. You're not using my magic number that you can use to reach me instantly as your ID for me in your system. No, you're not. That's ridiculous. And you can't have my email either. It's like, no. And some people are like, just, they're, I would use the word, but yeah, they're bad about it. I went to Canadian Tire. Canadian Tire's like not a tire store. You can get tires there though. Demanded all your details, okay. And I went to buy a car battery. And so I have my receipt from the purchase of the car battery. That's all I need for a warranty. So and there we go. There's the print done. So I go to, I don't like the top of that. It got worse and worse and worse as it went. So I went to the certain places need your phone number, but when you get your hair cut, they don't need your phone number. They don't. What was I going to say, though? It doesn't matter. You don't need personal contact information for a haircut. What, who? What? Okay, so that's not the greatest print. It gets a little, you know, liney, but I guess that's one thing about curved prints, that they do get a little like that. There's a little bit of a gappiness going on in one of the lines on his head, like right there, where I feel as though it under extruded, where his head's coming off. I don't know. His head's not coming off. I can't tell. But it looks good from a distance. It's not going to look as awesome as this hand that I'm going to print on the other print out of ABS on the other printer, though. But that's going to take like 6 hours. So actually, it won't take 6 hours. It'll take about 4 hours. The Trident's a lot faster than the thing thinks it is. So yeah, that didn't print. That printed pretty fast, but there's like huge issues. I don't like any of that. So I'm going to reprint the pressure advance tower. That's what's causing those issues, the gaps after corners and stuff like that. So I'll end up reprinting this thing. Where'd it go? Where'd it go? It's gone. There it is. And I will change the settings to see if I can make this a little more readable. This is the best way to put it. This needs to be more readable. And you know, the weird thing about this, it doesn't feel the same as previous pressure advance towers. I feel as though something went wrong during the printing, or I've had some setting wrong, and it's a lot more solid straight up through. Though I do see lines at a certain point. Yeah, I don't know. The plastic stuff that the prints are made out of. Oh, PLA. This stuff? Actually, PLA is pretty expensive. Like that's the roll, a kilogram of it. Which, of course, you know, I can print 100 of these things. Where this is only like 20 grams. So that would only be 50. But whatever. $30 for a roll of ABS. Like that's ABS, that's ABS. 25 bucks. You warm already? Nope. 155 degrees. You're warm. You're gonna turn red. I mean, green any second now. Come on. Green, green, green. Oh no. Wow, that's insane. There we go. It takes... I start the hot end heating when the bed reaches 100 degrees Celsius. The bed heats up to 105. So, yeah, there we go. The bed heats up to 105 degrees Celsius. I start the bed heater heating while the bed's at 100 degrees. It goes from 0 to 255 degrees before the bed gets to 103. But it's ready now. I'm gonna give this a little tiny bit more squish. I'm at minus 0.1. I'm gonna go minus 0.15. Minus 0.2. No, minus 0.15. So this one, this one does the balancing this way. This one here does the balancing 3 ways. It's going to measure each corner, each, by corner I mean the 3 corners of that square. And it's going to balance that across those 3. Just like this one balances it across 2. Have I built any more cars lately? No. There's no more cars. Lego actually has to make them. Sorry. And there we go, it's done. Yeah, it should be about the right size. I don't know. I don't like that. What's going on there? Okay, I need more squish. More squish! Where's the printer? Where's the printer? Seriously, where did the printer go? Oh my God, really? I told it to print, but there's no printer left on the browser. It's gone. I need to lower that by 2. See, this is what I said. It's not going to work. I don't think it's going to work. Yeah, it's not going to work. There's a problem with, big, huge print beds. It's very hard to get a big, huge surface like that 100% level. And right now, I either have too much squish or not enough squish. Depends on where you go on the bed. So whatever, I'll figure that out. I think I need to take the plate off and repaint it. But I think we're done the legacy. We are done the legacy. It is everything and yet more than we thought it could be. There we go. Done the legacy. Got our display. It's time to get this off. I've changed the default. Actually, no. I need to use that for making a video. So we'll leave this practice plate on. I say practice plate because it's already scratched up so bad. Not that that's not 100% salvageable with a little sandpaper, but I'm not going to do that. I'm going to save that for a video too. So yeah, I'm leaving this here. I don't know what else to do. You know, anything else is going to be an improvement on the base. So that will include ABVN. I was thinking a drag chain for this, but I really see no reason for it. It's not like this is a high stress wire that's getting moved up and down and up and down that often. So I think I'm going to leave that. And I don't think there's anything else to do. Next live stream, we're back on the 2.4. We're going to get that up and running the way it's supposed to. Whoops. Yeah. That's that requires to complete that I have to complete the wiring. And we need to figure out something about the bottom. I need to cut it. Oh yeah, Nevermore needs to be installed and wired. Yeah, I got some work to do on that. So we're gonna tackle that probably tomorrow. I bet you Nero's not streaming till tomorrow night, and Steve won't be streaming till Sunday. So I think tomorrow will be my 2.4 day. So maybe I'll see everybody then. If not, hope you enjoyed all this. If you're not subscribed already, don't forget to, because it makes it easier. And don't forget to like the video. See you guys in the next stream. And of course, thanks for watching. Special thanks to Bert and Alex for supporting the channel. And I'll see you in the next one. Later.